Okay. Okay. So, why does this have three materials? Oh, it literally does. Oh, fuck me. Building a wall. I guess that might be unavoidable. It's probably avoidable. Yeah, there's the wall texture. It's just a wall. Man. Well, oh well. This is water dot fountain. There's no reason for the water to be different. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of annoying to fix. These are merged. Is this how this works? Nope. I'm not sure. I'm gonna ignore this one for now. I need to explain to the artist how the material is supposed to work. Apparently. I thought I did. And yeah, this is super fucked now too. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the water. Actually, I kind of have to fix it. Shit. That's not it. I need the no shadow map. Okay, let's see, how did this work? It was part of it. Okay, understood. And UV editing. Where's the button? There it is. Okay, this makes sense. And then how did the waterfall work? This is how it worked. And it started just at this depth, so this is fine, actually. It's not that bad. Alright, so back up the other one. Whoops. Okay, so actually, this guy is really not that broken. Yeah, this is fine. Got it. This is almost basically not something I am capable of doing. Huh. Maybe I will ask the artist to do this, so I'll ignore this for now. But actually, so it's basically right. Okay, so let's do the rest of the materials. The only problem with it was this one was using waterfall 2. That's now fixed. This one, water fountain, that's actually fine as long as this is water fountain. Yes, and Atlas 1, everything else is Atlas 1. Roof tiles 2 is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Pebbles floor, that's okay. Grass trim, that's okay. Oh, that's 1. Actually, so everything is basically good. I knew this guy to be exported differently though. I duplicate. Hey, Evan. New material. How do I duplicate this material? Maybe I delete it and repaste it. That didn't work. Oh, there we go. Okay, so with this material being duplicated, this will be its own object, and so that's just what has to happen with all of these. That will make the export process hopefully very easy. It has to happen with, oh, literally all of these. That's kind of not great. There's not necessarily a much better way to do that unless I do like some really autism graphics programming shit. I don't know if I want to do that. And now this, okay, this is getting complicated. Like this is 6, 7, 6. So they're not really duplicating anymore. Okay, 9, 10, 11, 12. I should be sure it's not backwards updating, right? It is. That's okay, actually. I get it. I need to undo. How much Blender will let me undo? I actually thought I was missing them because I thought it was updating the numbers, like, as I went. But what's actually happening is some of them are just instanced. So they just happen to use the same material. So if it, which that's a problem in itself. No, it's okay. That's actually okay. And that's really good, actually. Okay, nice. This is going to be like 4 draw calls only. Woo. I thought it was going to be a shit ton. 8. Are you ever going to be sure you didn't? Yeah, I managed to create the binding then. Nice. What's up with duplicated materials in Blender? So when you export your level, typically you can't really render more than 1 material per draw call because the material kind of equates to a shader. So you kind of can't, but you kind of can. But so I don't because it's really weird. And so to make the export process easy, basically everything that I want to be structured together as a single draw call / object has a different material. They share material. So that's all that's happening. So each of these trees you are allowed to chop down. So because you're allowed to chop down the trees, they each have to have their own material. I copy pasted objects. I copy pasted then change materials doesn't apply that change all of them. Should, I think. I don't know why I want it. Like if you're editing the material, you're editing the material. You might just, yeah, you might have, somehow Blender might have duplicated your materials. That would be a separate issue. I think I might be done with the trees. And these trees. That looks like basically all the trees. Little chopper. Wait, I copy it? Yeah, I read that already. And then these are the only crystals. 001, 005, 004, 003, 002. That's it. I kind of want to like, oh shit. Okay, these are weird. This can be baked into the level. These ones, not so much. Everything that's like instanced has to have its own material also, which would be these. Yeah. Is this instanced? I wish it would tell me, yes, this is instanced. What else? This is instanced, but it's hard to tell if it needs to be instanced. So let's just check real quick. You can't see this, but in the export options, I might do this myself. Maybe not. So it exports the materials, but I don't like, typically you would grab all this shit or something and say like separate by material, but I don't really want to do that. I think it will do it already. I'm pretty sure. It will export by material, but I don't think it will join by material, but that's okay because yeah, that I can do myself. Okay, actually, so if I'm doing that myself, I can also myself handle the logic. Where's Atlas for instancing? That will be good. Yes. So actually, I didn't have to do any of these trees, I realize now, but oh well. And I think I'm done. Am I done? There's 2 atlases. That doesn't sound right. Oh, I get it. That is right, probably. In fact, yeah, that has to be a separate atlas. That's kind of a problem. Oh, there we go. I did it. So this should be Atlas 1 right there. This should be Atlas 2, Atlas 2, Atlas 2. Okay, nice. That just works. Same with this guy, though. And then, actually, all of his UVs are not right. Okay, let's see what's happening. This is all the stuff in it. How does this even work? Oh, there it is. I don't think this is the correct Atlas texture. Is there just an entirely new Atlas texture? Or, oh, there it is. And this is missing the white texture. What the fuck? That's really not right. Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, let's do this real quick. I think I can grab this material and select everything by texture. By material, okay. And then go into edit mode, which is gonna take a while. Let's look here. Okay, apparently not good enough. I only want to see the Atlas 1 texture, but that's not how it works, so fuck me. Maybe I can go into edit mode, then select by material. That didn't work either. Some of this stuff just doesn't care. Okay, well, basically I'm trying to debug that nothing uses these little script squigglies, which would only be over here, and it doesn't seem to. So, okay. If nothing uses little script squigglies, I'm gonna go remove those. I'll also just message the artist real quick. Hang on. Hey, just want to check. This texture has this little squiggly part. Is it even in the finished remap? I don't think it is, right? Nope. Okay, I'll show him by screenshotting it. The other thing he could potentially be using is that little brick texture that was used on a forge, and the forge seems to be gone. So, okay, I can remove both of those. I'm gonna try real quick. Let me compare them. How do I fucking save as... I'll just stick it in downloads. Atlas old. Level copy. Does it say that somewhere? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so we will go open this. And then open this. So I want to see, is this like exactly the same? I think so. No, just designer PSD meme. That's how the level stuff has turned out also. Okay, so it is exactly the same. Thank God. So I can, oh no, the fucking Texture. Oh god. Okay, surely there's like a way to remap these textures. I don't know, man. This might be a disaster. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna assume he didn't use any of this stuff. But the thing is, I have to keep the texture as the same dimensions because otherwise I have to remap the UV coordinates. I just really don't want to do that because there's no easy way to do it because a lot of things use this texture, but I do not know what actually uses it for like the colors versus just random UV coordinates for data. So why? Okay, it goes like this. So it's very hard to change the size of this. I might have to do it eventually. For now, go like that maybe. So technically this is my new texture. Yay. It's exported, I guess. Okay, so now I can swap out my Atlas image somehow with my new Atlas image, I think by doing this. Raw ignored maps Atlas old. There we go. Something looks like it just changed. Okay, whatever. Not my problem. No, wait, I want to replace it. Open image. I'm like very certain there's a way to replace the image. Replace. There we go. Now let's try to get rid of this one. Okay, it didn't work, but there we go. Anyways, it replaced the image. And I think it's good. So the reason I did that is now I have access to this white color. Let's go edit this guy. So basically, all the stuff in the game has to start as white. Or all the neutral stuff. Well, actually, all the stuff in general, yeah. Technically, these do too. Actually. Fat Goblins, hey render goblin. Okay, all the neutral stuff. Shouldn't the door also follow? The door does. Oh, you're saying this. Yes, actually. However. Oh, I never finished doing this. So this uses. How should that work? Technically, this should be its own material. But yes, it definitely should be white. So like this. The thing is, these slide over between red and blue as you're taking them. Yeah. And the door doesn't, so it's a little bit different. So how's he going? Looks like a blender. Oops, gotta go. Okay. It is blender. And alright. See ya. It's a new material. Oh, these are all... Okay, this is confusing. 21, 22, 23. Okay, good. It's all white. These are all blue. These are all red. And basically this is fine. You know what I should do? Now these are all... Okay, this will be called Crystal 1. Oh, that's not really gonna work. Undo. I was gonna have the material be the identifier for the shader, but it has a little crystal on the bottom, and that's Atlas. It's fine as it is. I would kind of like the trees. I don't know. This is probably fine. I think I can export it now. It's going to separate everything by material. I'm going to have a billion objects, and then in my map editor, I'll merge them again by material and separated by instance. Okay. Let's just do it. Love how you can easily see in Blender where the trees will be cut. Yeah, well, they're separate objects. Yeah. There it is. I think I need to fix the tree cutting also. Well, lots of things are going to be broken after this. So, to export it, I'm scared to do this. Raw editing maps, grass GLB, include everything. I guess it's fair to say visible objects only. Yep. Materials. Sure. Okay, I don't think anything in the game uses normal maps. I don't need to worry about tangents. Yeah, you can't see what I'm doing, but just hang on. Active scene only, visible objects only. Okay. Exporting. Oh, it's done already. I'm gonna close it actually because it's gigantic. So I'm ready for everything to be broken because I have not used my level editor in months. In fact, where is the starting file? Fat editor. Time to fix lots of things. Draw FPS, that is broken. How does it work now? It takes a font, right? Draw text, 127. Also, I think takes a font. Content font position. Count is on member geometry. Ooh, that's true. I should just start cleaning this. Like, I don't know even why I had this as... why it's not temp, but this I'll keep. This is to save images for debugging. Okay. Don't really need this. I think I see why it's done though. Okay. That's not a thing anymore. Okay, so there's like a level type or something. This is not how it works. The level type has a geometry. Probably this is right. Geometry. If the model has a geometry, which I think it has to. So maybe we will instead assert that the model has a geometry. The model entry geometry becomes serialized geometry. There you go. Oh, wait. Yeah. Probably. See what else is broken. It is not a memory geometry 26. Wait, that's a problem with the model? Okay. That's not even a level editor thing. Oh, because it thinks that. I guess I just never actually tried to compare them before now. I just have to compare these pointers, I guess. And then for some reason I'm comparing uniforms. I guess you can have the same geometry with different uniforms, and I guess, I don't know, man. I don't know why I would need to do this, actually. That's questionable, so let me check where that's happening. Well, I don't know. Oh well. Only one geometry. Construct the query tree. So, if there's no geometry, I guess don't do anything. Just keep the code the same by doing this instead. What else? Okay, I should just search model geometry. Continual. Icon manager 57. This? Okay, this is fine. This does probably ultra fuck all my level editing code because my level is exported as a single GLB. Previously, when I imported that, I think it... No, yeah, it would have been different models. Okay, that's fine. Get blend equation separate. I spelled it wrong. Right? No, that doesn't look right to me, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that's right. Hey bro, nice to see you streaming again. I wanted to ask you, do you have multiple light sources in the game or just one directional? Well, currently, in terms of directional lighting, currently in the level I have 1, and the new level there is 3. I'm not entirely sure how I'll deal with that yet. Only 1 cast shadows though. Scene exporter. I guess I should, that seems to be the only thing that uses the geometry, so model geometry. This is going to ask if you have multiple lights, how do you deal with shadows? Yeah, no, the shadow definitely just comes from 1 light source. There are, though, lots of point lights in the scene, and the artist wants all the point lights to cast shadows, which is, of course, like, impossible, but my plan is I was already going to bake the shadows into geometry. I'm either baking them into geometry or, like, a middle step of volumetric shadow lighting. I'll bake them into one of those 2 data structures, and so I can bake the point light shadows that way. But so for directional shadows, I'm just going to have 1 light source. Torus shader. Why does that not work? Enemy bake shadows. How do you make your character shadowed when passing through a place with shadows? So when I bake my shadows in my game, people, I think there's different solutions to this. The shadows get drawn into a shadow texture, which is just a single, like, R 1 byte texture for the screen, and as part of my deferred rendering pass. And everything that casts a shadow gets drawn into that. And then during the directional lighting pass, that gets used in conjunction with, like, the actual shadow map to render the shadows. So it doesn't get baked into the RGB value until everything is done writing into it. So that's how. Why doesn't this exist? Torus shader. Torus shader 3. It's called Torus shader 3. That's why. Oh man, so much shit I think is not going to work. You have to manually initialize shaders. Okay, fine. That's new also. There's a Fat editor, but there's no Fat graphics manager. So I guess I'll say shader init or just something. It doesn't really matter. And then I think it's actually called initialize shader. Yeah. There's going to be lots of things that are not right. Font particle shader. Lots of things have to be initialized, and I don't know what they all are. In fact, to speed this up, how does this work? I want to set the build optimization to 0. I don't remember how to do that. The default is 01. It's this, I guess. This is before you set build options, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Options, build options, debug. So I just noticed your character, you decided to cast a dark circle beneath it as a shadow instead of an actual figure. Yep. It's kind of more cartoony. You can initialize shaders after. Oh, okay. I could do either way, but I don't plan to have real shadows in the game actually. Except maybe I'll have volumetric light shadows for just a couple things, like doors only. But I did actually have a pass where I made the circle move with the direction of the light as your character jumped and stuff, and it looked really weird. So I don't know, the cartoon style just works for this game, I think. So this just has to go after create window. Okay, we're gonna have to do a lot of this stuff. Default shape shader 3. What else? Flat grid shader 3. Apparently not shader 3. Yes, it is. I know Taurus shader 3 was one. Huh? Flat grid shader 3. It's happening at Fat Editor 55. That is getting initialized though. So, what? Huh? And I guess I should just follow where this is happening. So grid render 10 is where this is. Oh wait, no. Shapes 3140. Flat grid shader, that is different. Where the fuck did this come from? Oh, that's not how it should work. Yeah, there was a pass at some point where I moved all the shader like ownership areas to their own files, and there's just some stuff remaining. Okay, here's the level editor. Definitely it's not done. It's not ready. How do I even want to do this? I'll select this folder for now so it'll crash. Okay, default color. Yep. What else? Calling create font. This should never happen during... Yeah, that's fine. Oh, it works. What the fuck? Okay. Default shader. Almost works. Default shader. Which one is it? That's default shader. This is default shader 3. I probably need both of those. Should be probably called default shader 2. It's also even a bad name. Okay, if I click things, things work. This is the old level, of course. Also, clicking doesn't actually seem to work. Like, click. That's very odd. They're rendered in the right location, but click. Wait. It might only be checking the intersection with the bounding box. Okay, no, I don't know what's happening. Well, whatever. This is the wrong map. Of course, so let's exit out. I'm gonna go into my fat editor and delete the scene. Or rather, it'll be like, yeah, just delete it. All right, here's my new level. So we go to raw ignored editing maps and get this GLB. And it crashes. Okay. Fair enough. This is what we're fixing today. This is an actual GLTF bug. I haven't had a GLTF code bug in like a year. Oh, I don't think it is actually. Wow. There are 1,678 plus models in this single file. Okay. So the problem is that it's loading the GLTF geometries, okay? And then inside the GLTF JSON, it's going through the nodes, and it seems to be assuming there is an equivalent number of nodes as there are loaded geometries, and that just doesn't seem to be the case. So let's try to figure out why. JSON nodes count, geometries count. Work. Hey, thanks for the follow. This is a bit annoying. I have to go find this folder again every time. I'll just add the editor to my quick menu thing.
Job's done.
Damn, thanks, man. Subscriber Prime. Thanks. Okay, here we go. GLB again. This is, yeah, if this is how I have to do it, this isn't going to be good. I'll manually load it for now. So hang on. First of all, okay, the numbers are very incorrect. So yeah, let me, in the fat editor, somewhere like down here, I'm just going to load the entire model. How should that work? I should just be able to do this, load models, and I'll just give it the entire file for now, actually. Rocknord editing maps. Oh. It's called Grass GOB. This should crash it right when I launch this thing. Okay, good. Now I can just debug. Man, it's been so long since I've touched this code. I don't know what could be wrong here. This is in the geometry file. Wait, yes, I think I do. I do. It's the object instancing. That's a new thing. I don't support that yet. Okay. I know the issue why there's a discrepancy is the object instancing. However, I don't yet know why this geometry data. So the geometry data, I guess, is literally just mesh data. And then these are nodes. Okay. This makes sense. So it's actually crashing at 314. Wait, what? At model 314. Did I print something? Let's just run it again. Uptown Goblin. 312 now. Okay, so the problem is that this technically actually is correct. So this has to return, oh, this is kind of messy, huh? This has to return a list of models and instance models because the GLTF file data can support either. Fuck. That makes the API like slightly more convoluted. Kind of want to avoid that, but that's not avoidable, is it? Unless I have two passes. No, that's weird also. So my options are I either just return both models and instance models in the same function, which makes sense because the file data itself can support both. Or I have a separate function. The implication would be this function that only returns models basically bakes down everything out of its instances. And this separate function would return both. No, I don't think that's necessary. Okay, so this unfortunately has to change. Yeah, dang it. So really, this is the only one I care about, I think. Now this actually, what's it called? Instance model? This makes me think this file is like, this function is like special now. And that it should be in a separate file or something. I don't know. Empty models, empty instances. So ugly. I just gotta do this for all of them, huh? And then eventually, there will be the real function that actually returns the data. So if you should upload it, go through all of the models. This one, instances. And then go through all of the instances, upload. Okay. Yeah. I believe so. This is how it works. Models instances true. Wait. Oh, this guy also. Models instances true. Upload all of them, get them both. Oh man, also OBJ. OBJ doesn't have this, so Like, yeah, see how awkward it is now? Fuck. I think I am gonna have it read. Doesn't make any sense. Instances. Apparently, this function returned once an actual resizable array, so there. obj, gob, gltf. This is gonna break so much stuff. Oh boy. So defer array free. I mean, honestly, also defer array free the instances. If not successful, assert model count as 1, and then also instances count has to be 0. Cannot load instance models with the load model function. It ain't Goblin game if the dev doesn't go full Goblin mode. I'm gobbling. Okay. Returns nothing. Oh wait, it doesn't return that. This one is just directly creating it from the geometry and the texture, that's fine. This one's directly creating it from the geometry, that's fine. Okay, so the real problem now is everything that has ever used this function is broken, which probably isn't much. Like, oh, that's different. This man. I don't think this has any instancing, but see, that's the thing. Hat scene instance. Okay, we'll call it assert count is 0. That's like temporary code anyways. Okay, all of the editor stuff is probably broken. I don't know what the fuck this is. Oh, this is the deferred example. That's fine. That's also temporary code. Okay, so before I go too far into this and actually fix all the stuff, let me fix the method. So the method being both of these functions. Instance. I knew this would kind of be a lot of work to fix, but I didn't think it would be this bad actually for some reason. Instanced. I guess I didn't think about how I was going to load the instance models. This then, I'll say this. So these are just geometries. So this function doesn't change actually. Yeah. This is not how it works anymore. Unless... No, it's not. I think it's in my interest to load them exactly with the right size of data, so anything that potentially serializes the raw memory still works. So I might get the model count and instance count here. This might be what I want to do, but I'm not sure. So let's look at in the geometry file, I should be able to look at the gltf JSON nodes. Let's see if this gives me any hints as to... Wait, where is this then? What is the gltf JSON? gltf loader, okay. this. I don't think... Okay, I care about children. Actually, I want to open up my file again in Blender and export it as GLTF and not GLB. Because I want to actually look at the JSON. And this is just kind of the easiest way to do it. Is it going to put it in a folder? I don't know. I'll put it in a folder. Stop. Okay. What? I think I did something not right. I think I must have exported only the selected things, and all I had selected was the scene. Let's try again. Include selected objects. Yep. That was the problem. Let's go back in, export as GLTF. Also explains why no materials or .bin file got exported with it. There we go. Oh, you can't see the thing. Okay, hang on. Well, there's a lot of stuff now. So... well, this is a ginormous file. Is this even actually going to be helpful? Basically, if anything looks back up into the same mesh, which I just want to find a quick example of it, if it's even possible. I think that's how you would check if it's instanced. And so, name, the name will probably say .instance actually. There it is. Oh yeah, there we go. Mesh 299 instanced. So this thing has 104 instances. So it does not tell me anything else up front about the instances as far as I can tell. Yep, just mesh, transform data, name. That's a lot of instances there too. Well, okay, fine. So if I'm going to calculate it myself, I guess I just have to iterate through this thing and instance counts. The game looks really cool. Thanks, man. Be sure to wishlist it on Steam if you want. Instance counts, and so this will directly map to the nodes. No, this directly maps to geometry instance counts. That's fine. Effect. New array. I forgot how you do this. Geometry is counts. Count and then the type. Let me go get a snack real quick, and also I think I hear my puppy getting into something he's not supposed to, so let me check on him. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hey, what's up, Dominsky? I went out and found my puppy laying next to the window, which he actually wasn't getting into anything, and somehow he managed to cover himself with a blanket, which I did not do. He somehow got a blanket and covered himself with it. Like his head and everything. I don't know how he did that. Oops. Okay, so you're winning? Not yet, but I'm not losing yet either. So the mesh index, I think this is the confusion. Cute of it. Shih Tzu dogs are the best. Yeah. Cute. I think this node mesh index looks up into the geometry array. That's what I'm going to assume. So we will just say geometry instances counts. Instance counts. Node mesh plus equals 1. So there we go. Now I guess I can say model count int instance count, and I can just go through this. If count, wait, what do I do about this? Is greater than 1, else if count is 1, and I guess I ignore the rest. I guess it's possible to have meshes that aren't used? I'm kind of curious. Found an unused geometry mesh. I'll just add index. Hey. Whoa. Big name. Thanks for the follow, Dimitri. Okay, we'll just see what happens. But anyways, at this point now, I can reserve once again. Models, model counts. Instances, instance count. So there we go. Is this really necessary? This is creating the models from the geometries. I guess that's fine. No, that's not fine. Okay. It's okay, but we have to do this. So if the geometry instance counts again, get the index greater than 1, we create an instance. Create a model. Create an instance. I think this is how you do it actually. Let's check. Hang on. Geometry. It's not that easy. The problem is that this thing doesn't care about should upload. Should it though? Like in the model code, when you create a model, you can do it not uploaded. So then the upload code actually shoves it into the GPU. I think it should work the same way. Yeah, probably. Okay. Is it false by default or true? Probably true, right? False. Okay. Sure. So this is kind of the upload method, actually. Dynamic. So I guess dynamic has to get stored. Too loud. So create the thing. Should upload. Should upload. Your game use OpenGL on all platforms. I see on Steam it says cross-platform multiplayer. Yeah, it'll use OpenGL on all platforms, I think. I mean, I haven't done anything with Xbox, and that's even assuming I get into the Xbox program. But probably, like, the game is not very intense, so even if OpenGL runs worse on Xbox, it should be fine. It doesn't have to be perfectly optimized. And then the main other platform is actually web. And so on web, yeah, it'll use WebGL. That's also barely done. This seems fine. This goes way down here to this guy. So dynamic, set it to dynamic, and then if you should upload this, then upload. And actually, this is kind of weird. If I'm really making it match this, this would have a geometry pointer, which I guess I'll do. So, okay. Model geometry is geometry, model dynamic is dynamic, and then this doesn't need any of this. Oh, neat. And does it also use WASM for that too? Yeah, correct. Uses WASM. I have the WASM like structure set up, I guess, but I haven't added. I've only added enough bindings to render a triangle. So basically, the theory is I just have to go through and write all the bindings for all the stuff I do, and it should just work. Thanks for the follow. And the biggest problem with WASM is going to be multi-threading, but kind of same theory applies. That if I just take the global like jai whatever start a new thread method and add a binding for that to spin up a worker in JavaScript, it also should just work, I think. And then you have to add like mutex support, but like the thing with the WASM bindings is once you write them, if you write all the bindings you need that the compiler asks for and you do it correctly, I think it should just work. So anyways, let's get this working. Hang on. You create the instance model and then you set the instances. Is that fine? That is fine. And when you upload, if model VAO, just return, you're not allowed to do that. There should be a destroy method, but there's not, and that's okay. I kind of feel like maybe in my API, I'm not changing this today, but maybe the geometry should be required to be passed into the upload method, because it's kind of weird to stick a geometry into the model, actually. They should be, like, the model should probably be strictly GPU data. Well, I'm not sure, because you can technically modify the geometry and re-upload. Whatever. Okay. I think this should work. So back to this code. Where was I? Probably it was in the model file and like way down here. Yes. So this, oh, it's not going to compile, is it? Because you have this guy with one boolean and you have this guy with optionally one boolean. I kind of like it though, but it doesn't work, so. I guess the thing is, it's actually, this one requires two booleans. That fixes it probably, right? And that's like the only case you would ever use this one. This maybe should just be required. I think so. It's not bad to be explicit with that. So now this should work. You add this instance to the instances. The default of an instance model is just a mat4, so that's also fine. Well, we will say, oh wait, let's see.
Work.
Geometry instance count. Thanks for the follow. Are you guys all finding this from the Jai Discord? Because this is more followers than I normally get. The geometry instance count is the geometry instance counts of node mesh. So this hopefully will work. So now I can say, if for some reason it's 0, continue. Instanced. I don't know if so like is instance is. This is greater than 1. Okay. So now what is this setting? So these are the mesh primitives, which apparently there can be more than one. Oh, so okay. This is looking back up into the mesh primitives of the GLTF file in order to get the material data. Okay. The thing is, this is in both of them, coalface. Uniforms is in both of them. And that's it. So I can technically do this for both of them. Okay. Oh, it's not. Oh, man. This is not how it works anymore. So in this guy, yeah. How did it get the primitive? From the mesh, which is okay. So there's two things that have to happen. The actual JSON nodes corresponds to the models and instances. However, I don't know the index of each of these because it's no longer one-to-one. I don't really want to create some table. I'm also been familiar with OpenGL uniforms in my code. I wrote a function that reads uniform notes on struct memories and generates one struct of uniform locations and two functions to cache them, GL, and set them. I'm not sure if it's worth it because you need to use the same name structure in GLS. So how do you organize your shader uniforms? Yeah, I do have something kind of similar. I don't really like my method actually, but yeah, I can show you real quick before I continue with this complicated thing. I mean, you can, so this is how I'm doing it. So the thing is, originally at some point in the Jai beta when I wrote this, you were allowed to subscript with strings. I think it was a bug that made you allowed to do it, but you were allowed to, and then John removed that. And so this was just my workaround to make them pointers to U8 constants. And so this is how I do it. It just goes into basically an array. And yeah, when there's like shader uniforms, which is something with a name, it defines ownership, which it's questionable. Because when you render a model, the shader uniforms can come from multiple things. So the actual shader object itself can have a uniform. And then the model itself can have a uniform. And then all of those get combined into like a super uniform before the thing gets rendered. So the super uniform takes all of it basically combines all the data of all the other uniforms that are related to that draw call without ownership. So when it's done, it doesn't free anything, is kind of what's happening. That's why it's without ownership. And yeah, so when you draw something, it just goes through this and gets the locations and the names and whatever, and yeah. Thanks for the follow. And the shader object is where the location gets stored. So the shader object that has a uniform, the shader uniform has that location. And so all this stuff gets shoved into the shader uniform without ownership. So the shader also is allowed to have ownership of some things, like whatever it wants. It's like this, for example, the Frostbind shader uses these same textures for everything that uses this shader. So it would make sense that this shader is the thing that owns all 4 of these textures. So that's how, yeah. And then I have some stuff in my shader code, which my shader code also is like half good, half bad. I have some stuff in my shader code that does shader OpenGL reflection to ensure you're doing the right stuff. So I haven't done this yet. I'm doing that currently only with the, what is it called? Fragment shader, like output channels. So that if you're in a deferred rendering pipeline, you have to use the right shader for the right pipeline, because that can create bugs very easily. But I do also want to do it to ensure you have the correct attributes for your geometry and that you have the correct uniforms for your shader. And so yeah, my geometry is the same way. This is kind of what you mentioned. I have, when you load your geometry, it has a list of attributes, which are just these. And so it constructs like your vertex array object based on this. So you are expected, whatever data is inside here is expected to be what your attributes are in your shaders in the same order. So yeah, it's just like trusting you. It is fiddly figuring out good abstractions. Yeah, especially for stuff like this. I think the concept of each thing having shader uniforms and like kind of merging them all into some super uniform that's associated with the shader is good, but my code for it right now is just not great. So that's what I have to fix. And then if I were to actually add reflection lookups to ensure that everything is assigned correctly, it would be very hard to write bugs. So that would be good too. All right, back to this. I think actually I might want a table lookup. No, maybe not. Okay, we can kind of replace this. Instance transforms. So this geometry's count is a matrix 4 array. This will actually work, I think. Except, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna be making like 1,000 of these and like I'm gonna make like 3,500 of these, and 2,500 of them are arrays with a size of 1. So that's not great. So actually I can't replace it, but I can do this after this loops. So that's how it'll work. And I can do it after this point too, to make it a new array of size instance count, and so fuck. So fuck, I do have to have this lookup array thing. Okay, so this will be like the model lookup. Yeah, this is getting complicated. Allocator is temp instance lookup. So this will be it's not even resizable. Is a new array of geometries count int. A lot of these now. Instance lookup. This will allow you to index into the geometry array and find your instance index. So this is indexed by the geometry thing. Okay. And it is instance count and then instance count increments. So there we go. Pretty sure that's right. Now for this guy. I did this because I wanted this to be the correct size of instance count. Okay, so now yeah, I go through this. The instance transforms. I'm just gonna basically trust this exists of the instance lookup of node mesh. This is why it's getting really confusing. This is technically the geometry index. So you use the geometry index to look up the instance index, and then you set the instance transform to something. Okay, and that something is if this guy is count, because this is a matrix 4 list, is 0, then wait, that's not quite right. It's already set, so I can just add. Okay. It becomes confusing once again. So I kind of want to, I can reserve it in this callback. If the allocated size of this is less. Do I know the instance counts? Yes, I do. It's right here. Geometry instance counts. If the allocated size of this instance transform matrix 4 list is less than the number of geometry instances of this geometry, then I can reserve. Ooh. Okay, so I'll split this out a little bit. Desired instance count is this. Make it a little bit more obvious. Okay. I don't like that I keep doing this over and over and over, but yeah, okay, I can change that too, right? Instance index. This also helps a little bit. That's slightly less ugly. So now it's reserved. Now, no matter what, I just say array add into this and some transform. Make translation matrix 4 of. Okay, I don't know how I do this because I don't think every node necessarily has all like a position, rotation, and scale. Okay, but apparently they do. Oh, they do because it's default data. Yes. Translation 000, scale 111, rotation 0001. Okay. So actually, that's not that bad. Translation. It's a float 3 though. How did I do it then? What did I set it to? Component. Okay, that's fair enough. Where'd it go? This will be some vector 3. Yes. Component is node translation. Rotation is a quaternion. I think this has a component. I guess I'll check. Yes, a component of a size 4 array. Node rotation and scale. Okay, so this is the translation, and then transform equals. You do apply the translation, then the rotation, then the scale, right? Don't want to mess this up. Translate, rotate, scale. Okay. Rotation, scale. Oh, I can't call it scale. I fucking hate that. Scaled. Perfect. So now I have this array of potentially big lists of these, and actually this doesn't have to be resizable either, I realize now. If the count is less than this thing, oh, but I don't know the index of it. Do I? No. So I will keep it as a resizable array just because there's no reason not to, and this allows me to use the resizable array index lookup instead of tracking it myself. So good enough. Okay. So when I create it, I will say the transforms is instance. Is this what instance transforms of? Once again, I need the instance index. Just the instance lookup of this index, the geometry index. This is the instance transforms. You can give it to it immediately when you create the instance model, which sets dynamic to false, which is correct. Okay. Oh, there's one more thing I have to do before I forget here. I think it's when you draw. Doesn't it optionally upload or does it not? No, I guess it just has to be uploaded. Okay. Okay. For the model, This is fine. The model will get set later, although it could get set now. I just wonder if it's worth doing that. Actually, it's really not hard, right? It's just... This makes it look hard. It's going through the nodes. If there is a mesh, so I'd rather say, I guess, if there's not a mesh, continue. That's how I have been doing it. This can be this now. Wait, is that not what it already was? Uh-oh. But it's using node.mesh as if it's... Oh, it's just not supposed to. That was almost bad. I wonder if it would have let me do that. Probably not. Everything that uses node.mesh is a pointer, so dereference this guy. Okay, so now let's look at this method. So it's going through all the JSON nodes. It's going through all the primitives. If this primitive is not valid, continue, whatever. If you found the... Okay, this is confusing. If you found the mesh that's being referenced, get that model. Why? Okay, this is actually only used to set the position, rotation, scale, and name. So this whole thing can actually just go, which is very concerning to me because it's like very complicated. So I'm assuming there's a reason it's that complicated, but I don't see why right now. So I can remove that whole thing in favor of putting it right here, basically. Okay. So if I'm going to do it right here, I do have to have model transforms, which is model counts and a matrix. No, not a matrix 4. Oh, shit. I'll just make something real quick then. It's a position, a rotation, and a scale. That's how models work. Allocators. Yep. Okay, so same thing here. And I will have a model index, which is a model lookup of the node mesh. And I will reconstruct this. And recreate this. Feels kind of bad to do it like this, but oh well. The model transforms of the model index is some transform. Oh, not right. Nope, nope. I will go ahead and create the model transform. Position is position component. So it's this, and rotation component, and scale component. So there we go. So now I set this. I don't have to construct a mat for. Okay. So now when you go through all these guys, sure, model index. Position, transform, position, position. Okay. And the last thing is the name, which I copy string and node name. So I will call this name reference. So when I'm constructing this stuff, I guess I'll just call it like model info then. Boom, boom, boom. Model infos. Sure. Boom, boom, boom. Kind of feels worse to do this one-off naming. And then name reference is node. What is it? Name. Which apparently, oh, it's if you have a node name. Okay. What is a node name then? A pointer to a string. So I'll handle that here. If the name exists, you dereference it into the string. Otherwise, the string is just empty, and that's fine. All right. And then when you create your model, yeah, I guess I'll say something like, if name reference exists, model name is copy string, throw name reference. Okay. And then add it. So there, my model has its name, its data, and now the last thing I have to correct for. Also, I don't know what the fuck this is. Nothing? No, I guess at some point I was doing complicated stuff and decided this is not needed. Interesting. Oh, this is to transform it if it has children. Like you can have nested things in GLTF, I think. Interesting, I don't do that anymore. I mean, that's never really what you want for game development in a raw file format. I'm gonna change this to this maybe. Okay. So I don't really need to do any of this. I do. So I have to have some shader uniforms pointer, first of all. And the other thing is coal face, a Boolean pointer. So I guess I say, if it's instanced instance index is the instance lookup of node mesh, I think. Right? This refers to the geometry. Yes, this is probably right. Okay. And this gets added into instances. Okay. Instances, instance index, and now I can say this is instance model full face pointer. Uniforms. Basically the same thing happens here. Model index. I will look up. If I'm following my naming convention, this would be instanced. This would be model. Okay, so now everything that uses these guys dereferences the pointer, does not ever reference the model, which hopefully doesn't exist actually. Hang on. Yeah, this should not exist. Neither should model index. Primitives, if valid. Mesh primitives. Okay, fine. It's not right for this to go through JSON nodes. Yeah, it's because JSON nodes refers to everything that could be instanced, whereas the actual JSON meshes refers to the individual like object data in the scene. So really, this guy needs to iterate through JSON meshes, and I don't have a way to look up from the mesh index into the structure, which I guess I have to have that now. But hang on, it might not be hard. So these are the nodes, of which there are a lot. And these refer to the meshes, the mesh indices, which are the geometries. And so at some point there should be a meshes. Okay. So actually, if I just iterate through meshes, this refers to the geometry index. Except, no, it probably does. Hang on. I can assert for that though. Geometries count equals JSON meshes count. I expect you to have the same number of geometries as JSON mesh as meshes. We will see. If it's not the same, it would be because I continue on things that are like invalid, which might be true. I can just check real quick by looking at this method. So yeah, this adds a geometry for every mesh that is a valid primitive, so I wonder what that means. Basically, it has a position object. Thanks for following. Okay, so I'm concerned to directly use... How's it going, man? I'm concerned to directly use the JSON mesh number as the geometry index lookup, which is what I've been doing up till now. If I don't do that, and I think I shouldn't. Yeah. If I don't do that, I have to have a secondary map. I could change this function. No, it's not great to do. This is literally returning geometries. Okay. Kind of want to check what this is inside. So this is primitives. Okay, yeah, the primitives refers indices. I guess I have to reconstruct this map now before I continue. That's kind of annoying. So this is not true. In fact, I will call it mesh to geometry. And I guess it's also an array. There are more meshes than there are geometries. That's how it's supposed to be, at least. Although, it does it for every single primitive. Oh, man. So not necessarily true. That's fine. And I guess this thing should be filled up with like... No, it doesn't matter. I was gonna fill it with -1s, but maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah. So kind of I just have to do this. Right? Go through the primitives. And for every primitive is where you add a new geometry. So this doesn't even fucking work. Yeah, this can return, definitely can return multiple geometries per primitive. So the problem I'm trying to solve, to take a step back, is that as I go through the nodes, I get the meshes. And then for a given mesh, I go through the primitives. Each primitive has its own material. Okay. So what I actually kind of need is like a geometry to primitive table. And that's fine. I think that one is fine. To primitive. So this guy is geometry count. And this I don't know what this is. This is a JSON mesh primitive. It probably shouldn't be a pointer, but it can be. I will make it a pointer. Like, this JSON data never changes. So, geometry to primitive. Wait, it's supposed to be a table. Is that how this works? Key value, compare thing. Key is geometry pointer. Value is this. This should work. Allocator. I wish this guy could like pre-fill it for me. That's probably unreasonable to ask because this is supposed to be a completely isolated method. Yeah. So I will just have to do it myself. Otherwise, basically seems correct to me. It's still really fucking weird to do it though. Okay, maybe I will make the map. Lookup. So I'll just call this a pointer to a table of geometry to JSON something primitive. Like, it feels really weird to me that I'd have to simulate or like exactly match this logic in my lookup table, and if it ever were to change, it's totally broken. So if there's a lookup, I'll just call it material. It's kind of what it is, material lookup. Why can't I tab? What the fuck? Wait, actually, I can't tab. What? VS Code cannot press tab. I'm in focus mode. Yay. So if there is a material lookup, a table set from this geometry to this primitive, and the primitive is not a pointer here, but it should be. But I have to be sure everything down the line is a pointer, so this guy, this guy is also not a pointer. It's not. So the mesh is a pointer, primitive is a pointer. This, oh, this is not a pointer, but that's okay because the array is a thing. It's an array. Okay. So there we go. I have my material lookup after I pass that in. Geometry to primitive. That's the table at once. And wait, it should be when you load this, defaulted to nothing. And yes, temporary. All right. This does not change the fact that everything that is using node.mesh as a geometry index is incorrect. I wonder how that should be resolved. That one is kind of trickier. I could have another lookup table. In that case, these should get better namings. Geometry to primitive, yeah. Whoops, I didn't do this right. Table set of this, which is already a pointer to this and this. Okay. I'm not liking this so much now. Hang on, let me shut my door. Okay. Was expecting your YouTube? I'm just curious to see how you implement things. Are you using raycasting on normal sets to select objects? For the level editor, yes. Just because it doesn't have to be performant. In my game, I never anywhere do actual like graphical draw call index texture lookup, which is probably the best thing to do. But in my game, I typically have a wrapper around my objects that is like a simple shape, and that shape just uses GJK to detect line intersections. But for my level editor, I am actually, for my level editor, I have a binary tree of all of my objects in the scene, and each of my, you know, so like, yeah, using bounding boxes, and every one of my individual objects has their own binary tree of a triangle lookup. So it looks up first, intersecting with the objects, and then each of the objects looks up its own triangle intersection. And you just, I'm converting my raycast between the spaces of like the world space for the object lookup and then the object space for the triangle lookup. So like the benefit being, when you move your objects around, you don't have to change anything. You just move the single bounding box in the world space, and then the local space triangle lookup still works. Okay, what is this? This is node mesh, so this is mesh to geometry. You see, very smart. Yeah, it's a pretty nice system. That's also how my game physics works, actually. But my game physics is going in a trash can soon. Okay. So you are allowed to give it this, and if you give it this, I'll just do it here. Why? Because I wrote my own physics engine, and it is, if anything, as performant as Bullet or worse. If I were to optimize it, I think it'd be pretty comparable, but so it's just basically just worse. Like, it doesn't do anything really special with the physics. The only thing it does that's special is it allows you to stair step vertically upwards before it resolves the physics in the nearest direction. But like, that's not necessary. Bullet already supports that also, apparently. I'm switching to Bullet only on the condition that they actually do support that, but I heard they do, which I did not know. They have like a dynamic character controller or something. Yeah. Mesh to geometry, so this guy is mesh index. That's what I need. And this guy is geometry's count -1. There we go. So now you can have that also mesh to geometry. So I don't need this anymore. That was the point of doing this. Now I have like the actual source of truth of the thing creating the geometry fills in these tables for you. Now everywhere that does this node mesh lookup, I'm just gonna trust it exists, I think. Table find. Oh man. I kind of don't want it to be a table, but I kind of don't want either of these to be a table, actually. This makes the most sense, I think. Okay. So if you've given it a geometry to primitive array reserve, or is it resize? It is array resize geometry to primitive. I do not yet know, actually. So nothing. If you've given it a mesh to geometry, you know what, I'll also just say nothing. Screw it, it's fine. This one... Yeah, this one at least is straightforward. You just add into this guy for every geometry you get a pointer to the primitive, which is already a pointer. That's all you do. That one's straightforward. This one is not straightforward at all. So it's gonna have to be like... if the mesh to geometry allocated is less than whatever the current index is, no, is less or equal to that, then you can go ahead and reserve this. I really need like a next power of 2 also. Any plans to change to a different API in the future? No. Oh, you mean between those? Oh, I thought you meant of my graphics library. Maybe Vulkan in the far future, but otherwise, no. It wouldn't be anytime soon either. It would be for like the game after next game, maybe. I really do need an X powered 2 function, which is kind of a problem. Or, yeah. No, I don't. The maximum of either the mesh index, wait, +1. Or allocated ×2. Man, my dog is freaking out, man. Count is mesh index +1. And then... oh, that's just reserving it. Oh, shit. This is why this is the problem. This is technically okay if I resize it also. But then I can just check the count, so. Then I don't update this. So then I insert into the mesh index. Geometries count -1. Writing if statements and for loops without parentheses to try it looks really clean. I like that. Yeah, I like it. I do wish there would be something for the exclusive type of for loop also. I don't know what that would be. It did take some time to get used to this only, and then like sometimes I'll use while loops. But so let me just double check this because this is very prone to breaking if it's not right. Yeah, this looks okay. And then you set mesh to geometry. The mesh index is the geometry index that you just added. Okay, so now I've done this. Now both of these are just arrays. So just like this. So I should just be able to look up into this guy, node, mesh. There's my geometry index. Hey, Baker Staunch. So try to convert mesh data to geometry data. I'm trying to remap it because I already have this thing that loads geometries from the mesh data of the GLTF file, but it doesn't do it one-to-one. Like in GLTF, you can have a mesh that's not a valid geometry. So I just need to be able to look up all these indexes, like back and forth for everything. So anyways, it's done now. Now I just have to convert everything because I was doing it incorrectly. Like this should be this. Basically everything that uses node.mesh is actually looking for a geometry index, I realized. So like even this goes from the geometry index into the instance index. Everything is becoming very complicated, but I think it's right so far. This doesn't use node.mesh. This one does. Into the geometry index. It's also possible. It's possible that like this is just looking through the nodes and then it gives you a node mesh. Okay, it's probably fine. Yo, what the heck? Thanks, Baker Staunch. Definitely first ever gifted sub. I think I only have 2 subs for this. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So this is the geometry index. I think it might just work. I'm concerned that when I get the node mesh like this might not have a primitive, and if it doesn't have a primitive, it's not gonna have a valid geometry.
Job's done.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's crazy. I'm really just streaming to try to get wishlist, but like my wishlist I get without advertising. I don't do any marketing at the moment. I get like I got previously like an average of 5 or 6 a day, and now with streaming it's up to an average of like 8 a day or maybe 9. But that's not very good, so I'm not sure I'll continue streaming. So we'll see. It has to improve, but I need to also make like a little TikTok shorts and YouTube shorts and all these things I really don't want to do. I think that and streaming and occasional YouTube devlogs might help with wishlists, but wishlists are a struggle, man. I kind of just want to run this code, but in my head, I have a feeling that it's broken. Like specifically this. Hey, try to contact this famous YouTuber to play your game, and people will wishlist it. Well, I'm not at a position yet where I want people to play it. And even then, I'm gonna have a demo in like a month or two. I'm not even sure I want like actual like YouTube, Twitch people to play it at that point either. It's a great trailer. I wish it was the first time I saw it in the Jai Squad. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I am gonna have a Kickstarter in a couple months, and that will hopefully help accelerate the wish lists. So we'll see. That, and then after that, after the Kickstarter, I'm gonna prioritize the WebAssembly compiler for Jai. And once the WebAssembly compiler is done and optimized, which I predict will take like 30 days, I'm gonna have demo weeks like once a month on web, which that I think will get like thousands of wish lists. But thousands is still not quite enough. That's okay, whenever you have a demo, contact them. Splattercat Gaming. Okay, interesting. Sure. I'll look that up off stream. Yeah, this is the problem with using an array. I guess I'll do the lookup like I mentioned. So if you have a mesh to geometry, okay, you know what? This can be easier. Array add mesh to geometry. Just add, what is it? Geometry count -1, that's it, yeah. And then, this is a little bit finicky. If you're skipping it, add -1. I guess. So technically, something will always get added. He gets over 100,000 views per video and streams indie games. Anyways, just man, I know it. If you have a gig brain, your game looks really nice. Graphics gameplay too, thanks. The problem is, even with all that, I'm like, with a good game, decent graphics, stuff like that, I think you have to market your game, and I fucking hate social media. So I just have to do it. I'm gonna like take Friday off or something and just make videos. So this is probably okay. Nope, not quite. If mesh to geometry, I'll just say then. This is probably what I should do for all of these. I like that you can say then in Jai. I'm a fan of having these one-liners specifically with then instead of like this. I think then looks really nice. I don't know why. Okay, mesh to geometry. Okay, let's try this out then. Now I think every time I look up this, I can skip it if it's -1. If geometry index is -1, continue. How much do you think it'd be? How much do you think it would be to get a freelance coder to code a single map online Tower Wars game, not including artwork? Online, so like some type of TD? Totally depends on like the quality you're going for. I think if you're having like a shitty web IO game, it could be done in like a month. In that case, maybe some college student would do it for like 6K or something. But like, and then you could go to like an actual studio or actual programmer, game developer that knows what they're doing, and it'd be like, I don't know, a lot more. But yeah. I wouldn't even expect a college student would do it for less than like 6K. I think if any type of college student and experienced person quoted you less than 6K, they would not be able to finish it. That's my guess. So everything that's this, if geometry index is -1, continue. Gotcha. Yeah, good luck. I mean, you could do it yourself though. Could learn. I'm not sure this is necessary, man. It wasn't doing this before, but, you know, whatever. Okay. Let's continue here. The game is going to look so much better also when this new map is in the game, which this is the precursory shit. I didn't think it'd take this long though. This is painful. I was thinking that too, but the general consensus is doing the network coding is a lot harder than coding the game itself. Not a lot harder. I think just you have to know what you're doing. Like, doing network programming is kind of like a little bit like working with raw memory, and most people that program in general don't understand memory. And so, I don't know. You could find like literally some college student that doesn't know how to program, but they understand memory. They could probably write networking code. Can I just run it? I'm scared. I did so much. I don't code at all. I've done sales majority of my life. Yeah, that would probably not be worth your time investment then. Same reason I don't do my own art. I just commission it. Model 367. What? 394. Or did I really miss this many? What was I doing? Okay. Procedure is still polymorphic. Okay. Yes, that is true because the instance model has a model matrix GPU. It should be called like model GPU. Whatever. So everything that is this, I wish it would infer this type when you don't type it yourself, but maybe that's bad. Maybe that would be bad to do. But like, see now, every single one of these guys. Actually, no, isn't it only the return types that need it? I think the rest are inferred. In which case this would compile now. It might have compiled 273. Empty. This guy, load model GLB. Load GLB. It's a scary thing. Oh, that's just data. Okay. Empty models, empty instances. So there's this, and then load model GLTF data. All right, can you compile now? Nope, model 114. Means this one's broken. This needs an instanced model. The models again. I should probably check on my puppy again soon. He's been too quiet. Okay, that looks okay. I definitely want to get this compiling though, and maybe working. At the end of compilation, this procedure is still polymorphic. Yeah. Undeclared identifier. That's true because it's inside a struct. It's inside all of this. So yeah, there's kind of just nothing I can do about that. Which also means this geometry function is incorrect in that that's the actual definition of it. And that might work now. Model 308. So again, fucking instanced. What are you coding right now? I'm trying to just I'm working on my model loading code so that it can load instances from a GLTF file, because the new map utilizes instances for like foliage and stuff, which the old map did not. So my model loading code did not support it until just now. Undeclared identifier instances? Instanced. Yeah, it should be called instances. Be sure I wasn't relying on that name. No. Come on. Model 501. Okay, good. This is why I removed that. So, oh, and this is also why I went off on that tangent with that index remap thing. Yeah. That gets the mesh. Why does it need the mesh? Oh, for this lookup? Okay, so this can go down there. It's not really needed. This is the geometry index for the model lookups. This sets those pointers, and then what file? What was it? 501. So it's somewhere around this. Model uniforms. Not already. So you just have to get rid of everything that has to do with model. Dereference uniforms. Because this code is the same for instanced and not instanced. Let's try it now. I'm going to delete all those comments very soon. This is model 72. Wait, in here? Undeclared identifier geometry. Oh, because it's part of the model now. Okay. If dynamic, and dynamic is also part of the model now. That should be the only place it's used though. It defines a type of memory in the GPU. Fuck, so close. You cannot already have a diffuse texture. Okay, this makes sense now. Okay, so this bug found an unused geometry mesh. Really? Interesting. Okay, anyways. So I think the problem with this guy now, yeah, this is what I was trying to remove. It's going through all the nodes. Some of these are instances of a given model, and then it's setting the materials. So this is not how I want to do it. I want to go through all the primitives for all the meshes. So you go through meshes. This is much more like one-to-one with the actual data. So for every mesh, which is like a material object, then you set the material for the given lookup instance or non-instanced model. That's how this should work. So the geometry index is, it's called mesh2 geometry. That's why I have this. If geometry index is -1, continue. Okay. I guess I have to check this guy. I don't think it should ever be 0. Let me check. Assert instance count is greater than 0. Found a mesh geometry with no instances? Kind of conflating the name instance here, but oh well. Is instance not really necessary? Yeah, let's just say this is if it's instanced. And I guess I'll do this. So this is instance lookup, this is model lookup. now I have my mesh already. Now I just take this code and you go there. So for all the primitives inside a given mesh, and that should work. So again, it'll become a comment until I'm done. Cannot already have a diffuse texture. Okay, well that's not good. 492. I guess I should check exactly what type it is. Assigning material to instanced model index something. And instance index. To model index. Model index. Oh. That's odd. Actually, I don't see at all how this could happen because it just uses that model index, which is 203. The first time it's just literally incrementing by 1. Model index 203. Oh. And then it's going through all the primitives. So that's... It doesn't have to do that. In fact, that was the entire purpose of this geometry to primitive. Is that valid? So I have my geometry index for a given mesh. Okay. This is confusing. I'm confused because this is a lookup from geometry to primitive. And that is 1-to-1. But the way I was doing this before is I was going through all the meshes, finding the specific geometry for that mesh and getting the object. But a mesh can have more than one geometry. So how does this even work? Right? Like here, you have these meshes, and then each mesh has primitives, and then you have geometries. Okay, so this seems not right. However this is constructed. Wait, what? I'm even more confused now. If it's getting... Mesh to geometry. Yeah, no, this is not right. You can't have this lookup. It just can't work. Okay. So that's concerning. So how the fuck am I supposed to do this? So each of these nodes, you can have a lookup of node to geometry though, by the way. Actually, no, you can't. Fuck. This is super, super weird because the previous way this was set up was each model can have multiple geometries. And that's no longer the case. And the implication of each mesh having multiple primitives is that each model can have multiple geometries. So, okay. I think this would make my life easier if I go through all of these nodes and create like some lookup table of some combination of mesh primitive to model. Right? I don't know. Something about this is telling me I think I have to take a step back and try to figure out what I'm actually trying to solve. Because, I mean, it was working before. How about this? I have an idea. Okay, this is maybe a good idea if it works. Assert JSON mesh primitives. Assert that each mesh is only allowed to have one primitive. More than one primitive per mesh not supported because that implies more than one model per mesh. Let's see what happens real quick. Whoops. And if this holds true, actually, so let me move this up. If this holds true, it's actually fine to pass this into here, so I will stick this back for now. I think I don't want this in the long term, though. Please don't fucking assert. No. Okay. Well, this is weird. I have my geometry to primitive lookup. I can have a primitive to geometry lookup. That is fine. That's probably the best I can get. And this is... It can't be an array anymore. I mean, it's fine if it's not an array, it's just... This feels like really not the right way to do it, so actually... I don't know what to do. I might try to avoid this. Yeah. Instead of this, if I could have associated with each geometry the mesh index that it was created with and the primitive, I think that's all the information I need. And in a case like that, I would never even have to iterate over nodes again. So I think let me try that. So it's geometry to primitive, now it's geometry to mesh. And that can be an integer. array add this guy and to give you the mesh index. So every time you add a geometry, if you have these things, update this as well. Okay. I still do have to iterate over nodes specifically for instance lookups. The thing though is the nodes gives you the mesh, and each mesh can have multiple models, so it's not even this simple. Previously, I was returning, maybe was it wrong before? I don't know, probably not. I'm like very suspicious of this. The fact that a single mesh can have multiple primitives means that a single mesh can have multiple materials, and that's not how it should ever export actually. Right? Let's check. So it has indices. I don't know what indices refers to. That's a problem. Or mode. I think it would reveal itself inside here. Okay. The primitive gives you attributes objects, which tells you the stride of the things. And is it actual data yet or no? No, but primitive indices is actual data. Okay. Okay, this is fine. This is okay. Good. So I was worried the mesh would have like the actual triangle data and the primitive would have the material data, but no, it is separate. This is a model. A primitive is a model. That's how it works. Yes. Very good. Okay, now what the fuck do I do with that information? So this guy gives you the mesh. So I'd have to look up the mesh, and then for each mesh, I'd have to get the primitives. And okay. I'm just gonna have to take this slow and do all of these. So this guy, I'm just trying to fill out the instance counts. So it's not, it has to be a valid primitive. So I also have to iterate through the primitive. Primitives, right? That's what it is, yeah. If it's not a valid primitive, continue otherwise. Geometry instance counts of, I don't know about, it's probably not geometry index, it's not a geometry index, it's a primitive. Yeah. It's a primitive to geometry, which is valid. Which that then has to be a table. Oh boy. I feel like one of these three things I've created here is actually not necessary, but I'm gonna leave them all for now. Allocator. Yeah, this is way more complicated than I thought setting up the instance rendering stuff would be, honestly. So, load geometry GLTF. Oh, this is so ugly now. Gigantic header. I guess I should fix it, huh? Table set. Primitive to geometry, so yeah, I can give it. Or actually, that one should be an integer, because that's just kind of how I do it. Yeah. This method is going to be slow as a fuck, but that's okay because you're expected to serialize the output. So this is geometry's count minus 1. Okay. So now I can get the geometry index. And I guess I'll validate that it's found. Just give it the whole name. Just assert. So find in this thing, which is not a pointer. So there you go, the primitive, which is a pointer. And it should be the same pointer. So that should give me back a valid geometry index. And then finally I increment the count. Okay. I wish there was a better way to do this. So I have that. This is actually right. That's just constructing these things. That's fine. Let's continue. So this is going through all the nodes, which is where the actual data is. So that's fine. But I have to get all the primitives from each node, I guess, after I construct this. So immediately construct this. If there's a node name, node reference, okay, that's fine too. So same thing as this. Oh, I need the mesh. JSON meshes. Node mesh pointer dereference. It should be fine to look up this way, just with the pointer on this one only. It's not valid, continue. Let's get my geometry index. Primitives to geometry. Primitive. And the same thing, geometry index. Did I say this is that's how I did it, right? Yep. And again, assert, just assert. And now I have this. Now I get the model index. I guess this is fine. It's kind of weird that I'm looking up from nodes into this. It's like I wonder if everything in the game should be based on nodes. Like all this data stuff. Would that simplify any of this? If everything is based on nodes, I would just have a lookup. No, because the node points to a mesh, and the mesh can have multiple primitives, so it's exactly the same. Okay, so this is all I do. Get my model index, and then add to my model infos this info. And I'm done. Okay, that's probably right. Now let's continue for this guy. I guess I'll create this up front. Yeah, create this up front. Basically the same code, actually. Get the mesh, get the primitives, skip invalid primitives, which this would also skip invalid primitives, but whatever. Watching you do this makes me feel better. My struggles falling through coding parts. Yeah, this is complicated stuff. There's like 5 lookups happening here. Model index, so now instance index. This instance lookup with the geometry index, and so this one is different because it's this. You have your desired instance count, which is the geometry instance counts of the geometry index. That's correct, probably. You get your instance index, and then you potentially reserve things if you need to. Okay, and then you add the transform into there. And you get the geometry index from the primitive. Okay, that's probably right. And this goes away. And all this goes away. So now I've constructed my array of model matrices for my models and my array of arrays of matrices for my instances. Okay. Now for each geometry, this one's very simple. It just looks up with the geometry index, so fair enough. That one looks correct. Now we continue. Okay. You go through the meshes. This is not a thing anymore. Get the primitives. Primitive mesh primitives. If is valid primitive. Skip it. The geometry of the primitive key. Assert geometry index has been found. Small stream suggesting the goals to get wishlist. Have you thought of adding a bot that spams a link to the store picture or something with a message asking people to wishlist? Yes, and actually it exists, but it really doesn't work, and I don't know why. I actually don't know why. It's just Stream Elements bot. But yeah, it's actually supposed to spam it's like a combination of every 15 minutes and every 15 messages or something. Which there's been like 50 messages since it last spammed it, and it was like an hour ago. Yeah, I'll have to figure out why it doesn't do that. But it is set up and it is configured correctly. I think it's a Stream Elements issue. Okay, so this at this point I have the primitive and I have the geometry index. So I can just do all of this code at this point. And there's supposed to be an extra bracket, I think, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work though. Okay, I can maybe just run this now. Maybe. Let's try. What all did I screw up? Wanted a table given of something. Oh, and I gave it a geometry. That's an int. 338. Geometry index is not the. Oh, whoops. This like vastly changes my model code. More than one primitive per mesh not supported. Oh, I just have to remove that. It is supported now. Cannot already have a diffuse texture. No! How is that possible? Let's figure out why it's happening now. So that's what led to this whole thing. Oh, whoops. That's just not supposed to be like this. It's already in the primitives, and it's already checking that it's a valid material. So let's just remove this, and then just kind of all this goes down here. I don't want this type of dereferencing anymore. Thank God that did fix it. Okay. Wait, but it's supposed to... Oh, it worked. It just loaded the model in the background. Okay, well, if that worked, let's not do that anymore before I forget. So now I should be able to import my level. So here's this. Grass. Okay, it's doing stuff. It's spinning. It's going to be like incredibly slow. Okay, it didn't work. Occlusion shader 3. That's fair, actually. I do have to have that. It's like, it's automatically picking shaders based on the textures it finds in the scene. And one of them had an occlusion texture, so it picked an occlusion shader. Okay, it loaded something somewhere. I can't see a single thing. Uh-oh. There's a GL error even. Uh-oh. Well, let's take a step back. I will actually load it right here. Load models. Instances loaded. Let me go grab the file. Hang on. Okay. Loaded model count. So first of all, let me just do this. Okay, that looks right. I don't know why there's a GL error, but I'm not going to worry about that. Just draw it. Also just draw it. Let's try again. So now I don't have to rely on anything to do with the level editor. It should just draw it. Cannot find the appropriate shader. Okay. That is extremely weird. Oh, that's because... All right, I can set that. That's the mat 4. Wow, it actually worked. That's so good. This basically, when you created your instance model thing, it set the attributes of it to the combination of the geometry plus the GPU data. So I can fix that. In fact, that actually should probably be like a universal library thing. So let me, first of all, where does it set the default shaders? Should be somewhere, something like this. Init default shaders. Let's check this out. Position normal text chord default instanced shader 3. So I will go here. I will take all this and default instanced shader 3. Sure. This has to get added. And lastly, in my fat editor, I'll just stick it here. I think, oh wait, I never am using it though, am I? Yeah, so that is a vector for, oh, and I have to actually edit the file. Okay. So this is the matrix, the model matrix attribute data for this instance. So you reconstruct it. However, the transpose of the matrices is different, and I can't like transpose it on upload because it's GPU data, particle data. So there's a, I'm just going to transpose it myself. I don't want to write that code again. So where else do I do this? Something particle shader should have it. Not that, not that. Goblin part, this should have it. Okay, that's way too complicated. Also too complicated. There we go. There's the code. So there's my model matrix. No more model matrix. Not, oh, double text chord. I don't know what would possibly need a double text chord. I guess I could print the name. Instance model does, maybe instance model doesn't have a name. Probably not, right? The model does, right? Yeah, so let's just give it a name potentially. Well, that makes it a little bit awkward, but I'll just say instance names. I mean, technically it's the same size in memory and it's a temporary allocator, so who cares, I guess. Name reference. Is nothing. And then I guess this is okay. Dereference that. Array add into instance names. No, not array add. You just say, yeah, not array add. Array copy. Oh, but not quite correct, actually. Because this is on the mesh level. Okay. So if instance names, instance index, if it doesn't exist and there is a name that it wants to copy, then you can copy it. That's okay for now. Technically, what, it's not a pointer? I'm doing it in the wrong place then. I think it's the node. Yeah. Pretty sure. So let's even bring it out to here. And I don't need this. Just if the node has a name and my instance currently does not have a name. Oh shit, but the geometry index is here. Okay, fine. This is how it works, but it has to go back here. If this node has a name and my current instance thing does not have a name, then set it to an array copy of the node name dereference. I mean, array copy, string copy. There's a copy string. Okay. So now it has a name. The purpose of that was so that I can print it. Instance model 163. Because I don't see how anything could reasonably... It doesn't print the name. I don't see how anything could reasonably have two texture coordinates and not be messed up in the data. Oh, it doesn't print the name because I'm never using this. So when I create my instance, if instance index, instance name, this is where I copy string. Whoops. Okay, so this is not a string copy. This is this reference. Cube 139. Okay, let's go find out what cube 139 is. This is how you get the level working. Cube. This guy. So why do you have multiple texture? Okay, so it does nothing. I wonder how many other things have multiple UV maps. Yeah, so that was a bug. As I'm clicking around, just randomly though, I don't see anything else that has multiple UV maps. Maybe one of these little castle things. Just that one. Yep. Okay, save and re-export this. I'm also going to re-export it into the level editor so it doesn't have to copy it again. So hang on. I'll just leave this open as I go. So there we go. Now let's try again. Double texture coordinates gone. Wait, well, it's supposed to be drawing. And I feel that it is very laggy, so it's probably trying to draw, actually. It's probably trying to draw 1,000 models. but they're nowhere to be seen. Are they like infinitely small? Not that I can tell. Hmm. There's a render column. Okay, so this isn't the problem, but these should move into the render method. So temp models. I don't think this actually, no, I don't think this is the problem. It could be though, but I doubt it. So probably it goes here. What did I do? Temp. And other than this, I am actually very confused because everything kind of looks right. How should I go about debugging this? I guess I could try RenderDoc. Actually, that'd be kind of interesting. Let me try that out. Because it would be trying to draw stuff. I am giving it the data, as far as I know. Wait, can you guys even see the level editor? I actually don't know if I have a tab for that. Oh, I do. It works. Yeah, I mean, it's getting 36 FPS. There's no way we get 36 FPS unless it's issuing like 1,000 draw calls. So let's just capture this right now, just at this frame, and exit this. Yeah, we can see it. Okay, good. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, this is just the first pass. Okay. Can I look at like the mesh viewer? Okay. What? I'm gonna ignore that one. Like, there is a mesh, right? For sure. That's the... Actually, I don't know why it looks lopsided. But I mean, that is a mesh. For some reason, that is a slanted mesh. Let's continue here. I wonder what these red triangles are supposed to mean. Like missing triangle, probably. Okay, I mean, I recognize a lot of these. Like, okay. Texture input's correct. It does have position normal text chord. Getting a triangle showing means the project is basically 90% done. Well, see, my level editor was working. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is okay. My level editor was working until I'd actually, yeah, you even could see right when I started the stream today, I loaded my original level and that loaded. So something to do with rendering this specifically is really screwing stuff up. That looks okay. How do I see? This is what I want to see. The blend mode, blending is enabled. Doesn't have to be, but add one add. Source alpha 1 minus source alpha add 1 add. That, I mean, at the very least, that would render something. So I think I'm gonna go the next step probably. Like it sure does seem to think it's drawing stuff. So this, it's not even drawing stuff into the depth buffer though. That's one of the more concerning things. There's no depth buffer data ever. But in the pipeline state, the depth state is enabled with less than function and writing. So and there is, even if there's not color writing, there should be depth writing. So yeah, that's very concerning. It can't really be much wrong with my pipeline state actually, because if I load my original, if I run it up and load my original level, I'm not going to do it. No, maybe I should. I did change the model loading code. That could be what broke it. Okay, so let's... yeah, I'll select this scene. And then actually I'll load... I'll try to load my other map. So let me load my other scene. It's more likely than not going to work. So scene 2, map 2 scene. Okay. Model code, model 418. Okay, that's very weird to me. This is implying the second map has instance models, which as far as I know, it doesn't. So wait, this code is specifically for calculating the instanced data, while this one is specifically for calculating the model data. But neither one of these checks whether it's an instance or a model. Okay, interesting. How did that work? I thought this would go much more smoothly than this today. I guess this just needs to check if it's a model. This might make sense that nothing's rendering, because then maybe it draws back into 0. Well, anyways, once I have my geometry index, I can use this thing, the geometry instance counts, to determine if it's a model or an instance. So that's what I'll do, I guess. But yeah, this is okay. I'll keep it like this. And you know what? Just continue. If it's not one, continue. Okay, then same thing here, I guess. After you get this, if it's less than or equal to 1, or yeah. Continue. Hey, Private Shrek, good. How's it going? Well, this might prevent the crash, but this probably will not fix the bug. It's one of the more strange bugs I've had in a while. Scene info. Okay. That's okay, actually. It's because basically now that I redid the model loading code, this is just totally fucking broken. So let me delete this scene project and I'll re-import it, I think, myself. Yeah, that would probably be best. Map to scene, and I can delete the scene file, which you can't see, and this export and icons. Now let's go again. Doing great. Need to do some work. I'll be lurking over here. Thanks, man. Good luck. I mean, I need my thing to work. Which it does not. Let's load working project 16. Yep, totally missing. This concerns me. So it does not work. Let's go back to the model code and then where it creates the models, I think, is likely to be an issue. Where is that? Okay. This is pretty basic, actually. But this could easily not get the materials assigned to it, in which case it would be rendering using a texture that doesn't exist, more or less. Okay, hey Noligor. So I'm gonna go into the default shader 3 and just draw this white. Same for default. I think this might actually work. I think it's the texture assignment code in the model loading that's broken. Please fucking work. No. Let's see. Oh, there is something. Suspiciously missing lots of things. Maybe the face winding is backwards, so that's okay. Okay. Yeah, the winding here is backwards as well. That's fine. I can fix that in Blender. I'm surprised that wasn't caught in Blender. Lots of the windings are backwards. Anyways, what this implies, let me undo this, is... Wait, Wait, what the fuck is U tint? You can assign defaults to these, by the way. So that's what I'll do. That could be an issue. Maybe you, like, this isn't a thing I ever use ever. And so maybe this thing that might have just been the only issue. Let me try it again. Yay, triangles. That's right. I hope this works. Select the folder. Oh, that was the only issue. I'm going, man. I'm speeding up. Okay. Good. Lots of things are missing. Wow. Lots and lots of things are missing. And also, I don't know why it's off in Africa. Is the water here? The water is missing. Most of the face... Oh, the windings are backwards because he just flipped everything. Which I told him is okay to do. I didn't think... I tested it in the game, and actually flipping it was fine for me. Yeah, like flipping it was fine for this thing. And this thing. That's so weird. There's just some scenarios where flipping it breaks. Okay. But even so, you can see like it's missing all the stumps. It's missing all the trees. Yeah. That has to be an instanced issue. So I bet those are just somewhere else. This probably has to do with the fact that this thing is off in Africa. Wait, it actually is off in Africa. Why? Why the fuck is it over here? Okay. I'm kind of scared to do this, but I'm gonna take the whole map and move it. Like, where does this thing think it is? Hang on. Yeah, it does think it's... Okay. So yeah, that's what's happening. Whole map. Let's go. And let's go try to kind of put it back. Something that makes sense to be the center coordinate. Yeah, so... Can I... So something like this probably is okay. Okay, that's where it should be located. And now, how can I check the windings here? So they are wrong, but if I go here and I say, backface calling is enabled, fuck. That should be how you do it. Okay. It is a mystery that this renders this way. I think if I were able to apply the scaling, okay, I can maybe apply this. Nope, some of the scalings are backwards. Okay, this is a Blender script moment, but I might not do that right now. I might do that off stream, because this whole thing went way worse than I thought it would. So I might just get things to the point where I can actually start implementing this. Like the implementing of my throat, hang on. The implementing of the level should be pretty interesting. There's very different lighting. There's like a bunch of point lights. In fact, okay, yeah, like this point light, all of that. And I have to add dynamic shadows. All that should be pretty interesting. Getting the fucking GLTF loader working is non-interesting. Blender foo moment. Yeah. What was that? thing that was at the origin that got shifted, is that important? No. Those are sunlights. So these don't have a position. Yeah. These don't have a position, and only this one casts shadows. So it's fine. So it's clearly not important, I agree. Well, the position of the sunlight is not important. The direction of it is important, but that didn't get changed. So yeah, this is just gonna take a Blender script. I can continue fixing stuff though. Like this thing is incorrect. All these trees are incorrect. Basically, instance things don't currently get rendered, it seems to me. Is this instanced? Yeah. Oh, that one's not instanced. Wait. Why? Well, whatever. I need to get instance things rendering, and then off stream, I need to make a Blender script to basically just apply the negative value of the scales only while keeping everything else. Let me also go ahead and say task done. Did I already export this? No. Save, export, GLB. It is kind of a mystery why instance objects don't work at the moment. Yeah, so here's my scene now at 0, 0, 0. That's good. And yeah, you can... The walls, though... Oh, I bet this didn't get applied. Yeah, like the normals here are inverted. Man, it's just like omega fucked. I think these are all my instances. All these stacked up things, maybe? Or maybe that's how he has it. That's a lot of overdraw, if that's how he has it. That's a lot of overdraw. I need to check that. Well, my camera is somewhere else entirely. This is hard to look at this way. Okay, let me position my camera better. Yeah, that looks like a lot of overdraw. Where the fuck is my camera? Okay, there we go. He has it on some spline thing, so it's actually kind of hard to look at, but yeah, okay. You can see it here. It is the same thing. He has... Okay. I don't even know exactly what he should do about that. I'll bring it up to him. Basically, the inside should be hollow. By he, you mean your artist? Yeah. So the thing is, he used these bricks, right? Yeah, this is a better way to look at it. So here is the actual side of the brick, and see how it goes all the way into there? So really, it should be like, grab these vertices somehow. Well, okay, it's not right. But grab the vertices only on one side, and they should be moved like over here. And then the inside part, so like this, the inside part should be hollow. Because otherwise, so I don't actually want to do any of this. Let me close out of this whole thing. Otherwise, for every brick, potentially, the GPU is drawing all these inner fragments over and over and over, and they're all replacing each other. There, so that's all. That's a good building. But this isn't what I was trying to look at. Actually, I'm trying to look at nothing. Let me close it. Basically, the spline transformation thing did not get applied on export, so that's something I can maybe fix that right now. I'll try that real quick. Projects, Fat Goblins, raw ignored, editing map. See, I don't know though how he did this at all. If it's not obvious, I can't do it. Okay, this is how he did it. That is obvious enough. So actually, this should have been applied. So the fact that it should have been applied, all I should have to do is re-export it, and there should be an option for apply modifiers, which for some reason I don't see. Apply modifiers. Why is it not enabled by default? That's weird. Okay, hang on, let me export this again now. So that will fix that. But the scaling value is still inverted, which I guess matters. Okay. And let's see.
Work.
So yeah, that fixed that. Hey, thanks for the follow. Long Bullion. The normals or something are backwards. This is still missing because these are instanced. Instance models are not fixed yet. And yeah, like, this is just really incorrect. What is the transform of this? It does also have a negative scale, so that would be why the normals are backwards and the coal facing is backwards. So when I write my Blender script off stream, that should fix that. This one is double negative. Wait, does that one work in Gimlin if it's double negative? Yeah, that one does work. That's funny. But yeah, everything else on this side is negative, so it's all broken. Okay. I'll try to fix the instanced things. In fact, I'm actually a little confused why they would be broken in the first place. Get the geometry instance from the primitives. The geometry instance count if it's not instance, basically. Continue. Okay. No, that is fine. This is okay. Reserve it if you need to. Set the name if you need, kind of if you need to. Add the transforms into this thing, which, oh, this is a problem. Before you reserve, I didn't think about this. Allocator is temp. Whoops. Or in fact, it initializes them, so it would be more correct to say transforms of instance transforms. Because like it's already initializing the empty array with like empty data. So no more memory leak. Woo! This otherwise kind of looks right. I think I can double check at the end of this process. Yeah, let's try this. This might be decent debugging here. After I add anything into the instance transforms, we'll compare the current count of this with the expected count of this, which is desired instant count. Which is this? Let's just see what happens. So if nothing goes wrong, the final printed value for each geometry should be the same two numbers. Assigning materials is whatever. Get out of this assigning materials area. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know why there's an instance with 4, but... One. Okay, that's fine, I guess. I guess nothing says the instances have to be adjacent to each other, so sure. Well, that's right, so okay, there goes that theory. It's possible, actually, that this is very likely. The way GLTF gives you the data... Wait, no, I'm not reading the matrix data. Fuck. I'm reconstructing the matrix myself. I could read the matrix data, though. Let's check this. Translation, rotation, scaled. Assigning material. I don't want to look at that. Do not care. That seems to be right. Okay. So these are the positions of things. These are the rotations. These are the scales. I mean, this one, I don't know what the fuck that could possibly be. Yeah, I do. Let me go into this scene. Hang on. Okay, there's stuff over here. Go. I just didn't move these, I guess? How did these not get moved? Okay, let's go back here. Is there legitimately stuff over here? Maybe it's hidden for some reason? I can unhide all. Unhide all. Okay, everything should be unhidden. Get that. No, like... Yeah, it's gone. That stuff is supposed to be there. Some random shit over there. Yeah. Well, it's definitely because I moved this entire level, right? And Blender is cutting off my view frustum distance. I can't see. Can't get rid of that either. And I don't know where that was. That really does lead me to believe it's like hidden, but I unhid everything. It's a mystery. Just casually scrolling through 3,500 objects. Okay, let me try to compare where it is. So it's, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. It's also like one map distance away. So it's definitely not there, right? It would be right here. Where the fuck did it go? Can you control Z, try to move again? Maybe. That might be the best thing. I was gonna open the map again, but Blender, I don't have it configured to Control Z very much. Actually, yeah, this is not so good because I do have another version of the map. It's slightly more outdated than this. Like this one, I wrote a Blender script to, if you can tell, well, here, wait. Wait, is it not applied? No, I think I can see it. Maybe it's not, maybe you can't see sharp at the moment. I wrote a Blender script, yeah, there we go, to basically add sharp faces based on a bunch of stuff like the light dot product and the dot product to the adjacent faces. And so it takes like 30 minutes to run. If I go back to the older file, I'll just have to run that again, which is not a big deal, but in fact, if I get off to eat, I can just run it. It's a pretty good difference. Like you can kind of see how some of these faces look smooth, which looks pretty nice, I think. Yeah, I don't really have a thing that's easy to look at. I can do it for one single object. Well. Hey, wait, there it is. There's the stuff. Why can I see it in this mode? Where is it? Okay. Left side, right side. It's in right side. It's open right side. Let's close all this stuff until I find it. I like how organized the current artist is. Look at all this stuff. Damn, so good. Unique story. Okay. Cube 983. All right. Please show me Cube 983. I do not understand why it's invisible. Does it look like a cube? Well, it probably was at one point. Hey, what is it? How's it going? It is very weird to me. Can I... It should be my active camera to align active camera to selected. No active camera. Camera to set. View. Okay, how about this? Cursor to active. So here it is. This is the invisible canoe right here. This might actually be a Blender bug, to be honest. I don't know. Damn mathematicians and their topology, turning cubes into canoes. Yeah, just a slightly wonky cube. Camera to cursor. So I should be able to say like view to cursor. Center view to cursor. Okay, well, I mean, that didn't help. This is where the canoe is, so it's a canoob. I don't even know what to do. Why isn't it where I think it should be? I legitimately think it's a Blender bug. So, okay, first of all, Like, I have to move it in fucking scripting mode. I need to kind of align it like perfectly, and I don't know at all where that was. Okay, this will. Why is it so extremely weird to move? I wonder. Maybe because it's scripting mode. What is happening? The coordinate system is I can only move it this way, no matter what I do. Maybe there's a movement lock thing enabled. Effect move, not that I can tell there is. Median point, okay, yes. Probably has to do with this. Please just fucking go where I want you to go. Okay, I get it. They're supposed to be filled with things. Okay. So it's supposed to be like this. No. You don't understand what's happening with my mouse right now. This is so weird. Fucking move to the left. How do... Okay. Maybe that's good enough. No one's gonna notice anyways. And then the canoe and stuff. I mean, this doesn't fix the bug. Okay. No way you correctly aligned it first try. No. You're drunk. So the question still remains, why is all this stuff completely invisible? It definitely doesn't have to do with the UV map, right? No. UV editing mode, that's reasonable. That's good. Yes. Now if I go, how do you set the cursor? There, that's not it. There we go. View to cursor. Okay, I should start doing that more. So yeah, all this stuff's very gone, including, oh, there's the patch of dirt. Man. Position. Sharp edge UV map. If this isn't easy to figure out, I am going to reopen the original map and work off of that again. Maybe it's a different file. What do you mean? All of this looks pretty basic. Script mode for still, no, it's the same file. Definitely the same file. All this looks correct also. Even if I disable this, that should not affect a single thing. Curious about the other modes. There it is. So it's actually only layout mode. Okay, so this is not what I'm supposed to be fixing right now, by the way. This will be another off-stream task, so let me just keep track of this. Instance models. Wait, yeah. Don't render yet. Don't know why. The other thing is, well, the canoe. I don't know how you spell canoe. The canoe, campfire, mine cart. There's one other thing maybe are missing from the layout mode, and then there's one more. Oh, make a Blender script to apply negative scale values to positive and correct or reverse vertex winding if odd number of negatives. That's how that one works. Okay, so I'm ignoring the cube weird shit for now. I wanted to look at why my instance models are not working. Oh, and my theory was, I don't know how this could be true. I don't think this could be true. But maybe I have to transpose this. I don't know why that would have to happen. Get the transforms, create the instance model. Yeah, I don't know why. Unless, no, well... Set instances, matrix GPU. Does this transpose? Nope, this does not transpose. Okay, so I cannot imagine this being the issue. Let's try it though. Nope. Oh. I think I know the issue. Somewhere, these are uploading. When you load models... Wait, but this is also uploading. So when I draw my instance model, I mean, at the very least, I kind of expect this guy to be drawn at 0, 0, 0. I could try that. That would be decent. Maybe this. Let's check. This looks reasonable also. Create your model matrix from this. It's transposed now, which, like, definitely not right. So let's remove that. Way down here. Not supposed to be transposed. Okay. And when you create the, like, this method is also very basic. Create the instance model, you give it instances. You say should upload is false. Dynamic is false. If it's truly not dynamic, this is kind of an interesting thought. If it's legitimately not dynamic, I could pass this into this upload function, actually. Oh, hang on. This has to be the problem. Okay. The problem is that it is trying to set the instances before it's been uploaded. That's not okay. Should it keep track of the instances then? So there's a couple ways I could fix this. I could track the instances in the struct here and upload them when you call upload. if I'm really, that's kind of all I can do. Otherwise, I just have to force upload on create instance model, which I don't want that, actually. Okay, I guess. Okay. It's a separate buffer. Technically, this isn't needed. So this allows me the opportunity to do what I was just talking about, where you don't have to have a particle VBO if it's truly not dynamic. Okay. That kind of changes the way these function definitions exist. It's almost like this one shouldn't exist, actually. I think I removed this because everything else has an opinion about how it is uploaded. And I remove this. I don't think you're allowed to specify dynamic yourself anymore. Okay. So this is kind of what everything does now. I think so. Create a new model, give it the geometry, give it the dynamic, and, well, dynamic is false. And you gave it instances, so I think I can say array copy, model instances, that's probably okay. And if should upload, now I can upload the model. So I have to do it in this order because now it has to have instances at the time it uploads. This might seem like a lame question, but what are your top 3 favorite language features of Jai? I'm assuming you're using it for a while now. Definitely, I guess all the, like, metaprogramming for one, being able to like add my own rules and things to the language, and then 2 is stuff like this. Like, this is just really nice to be able to do. This means that t is a constant of type. And now, because t is a constant of a type, I'm allowed to say this is the polymorphic struct output of type t. So like most things in the polymorphism Jai stuff just works together. And that would be my second. And I don't know if this counts, but also compile times would be my third, I guess. Compile times are like a second. So there you go. The thing is, I'm thinking this doesn't even have a dynamic value. Maybe. No, it has to. Yeah. When you set instances, assert not dynamic. You cannot set instances on a dynamically created instance model. So this instance model thing kind of serves the purpose of being both a particle system and a static system thing. Anything you miss from C++? I think no. No. I was gonna say how many libraries are available, but not even that, because like setting up a library in C++ was so fucking horrible that it kind of like all the good libraries you would want to use in C++, you would basically be able to create bindings to in Jai. Thanks, I've learned more. Yeah, no problem. So you're not allowed to set instances if it's dynamic. That's how it works. Oh, this doesn't have to be there. It can be here. Okay, that's done. Now, this stuff isn't done. So this doesn't have instances, so dynamic is true. Give it your geometry and your new instance model type T. And if you should upload, upload. And this is like that. That's all you do. Yes. This one is a model matrix GPU with the geometry. Dynamic is false, so copy the instances. And then again, if you should upload, upload. And return. And now this one, no instances, not dynamic. Wait, no instances, it is dynamic, I mean. Okay. So now, this is different. What's going to happen is if it's dynamic, if model dynamic, you create your particle vertex buffer object as a separate thing. This could end up being really weird and to do because this is a complicated code. Oh, actually, most of the complexity is in this now. Get instance OpenGL initialization. Yeah. Okay, so it inserts it. That's not good that it inserts it. Okay, so yeah, this is a little bit fucked. Generate the particle VBO. I think the particle VBO might be necessary. I was going to try to do it all as one thing. This code down here. I don't actually know if it's necessary. Okay. Before I try to do this, I will keep it as I have it because I already have enough ongoing bugs. Like I know what the problem is now. So let's ignore this dynamic stuff. Dynamic for now, we're just affect this and that's it. I think I'm done. You are not allowed to set instances, which I don't think I do. No, I don't. It just gets uploaded at a later time, which now constructs this VBO. And here is this bit though. Oh shit. If it's not dynamic, this is kind of stupid, but this is because I want to remove this, so I'm making it really bad on purpose. To do, if it's not dynamic, set the particle data inside the same VBO and never initialize particle VBO. Also never call set instances. Even when, wait, maybe Jai is truly the game dev language of the future. Oh, Jai is very good. The thing though is Jai is for people that want to program games from scratch. At least for now. Even when not dynamic, I do not know what you were referring to. And since model 45 did not match possible overloads, it's probably copy. Oh, that does look right. Wanted one got to incompatible structs. That's true. That's true because I gotta do this. This is a special case where this is like a special struct. So this, you set it to instances data, instances count, and you copy this. I think I'll have instance objects. Cannot send instances of non-dynamically created instance model. 154. That's my fault somehow. 154, 148. But I set it to true. Dynamic is true. That's why I did that. Huh? Oh, wait, it has to be dynamic. Whoops. Yay, I have instanced things. Woo! The lighting direction's correct. It's just not the same as my game, but that's fine. Okay. I have all my instance things back, and they all seem to have correct normals and things going on, probably. So that fixed it. Let me add that into my to-do now, off stream. Make the Blender script apply negative. This will be... Wait, maybe I can just fix it right now. So I'm actually not sure if I'm allowed to do this, so this will be kind of interesting just to see what happens. The way you do the instancing object typically for particles and things is you have your standard 3 buffers, and then you have an additional buffer for just the continually repeating like particle GPU data, and then you set it up with like an attribute split stride something. Thanks for the follow. So attribute divisor. So this is where it actually starts cutting off the attributes. Yeah. So I think I don't see anything in this code that looks like particularly special. So I might actually just be able to say, if it's dynamic, use this. And buffer data. I don't think I care about this either, to be honest, right? This is only used in a set of instances. Yes. So if it's dynamic, you bind your particle VBO. Otherwise, wait, what is even going into here? Oh, it's just creating data with a default particle count. Okay. So I don't know if I need buffer data or sub buffer data, but like, let me see, let me go look up this definition real quick. Hang on. GeoBuffer data. I want to see exactly what I can do. So yeah, you give it size, specify the size in bytes of the buffer object's new data store. It specifies a pointer to the data that will be copied. So I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do this. The thing is, I need to initialize this VBO to a size of vertices count times 4 plus the size of my instance count times the size of t. So I guess I'll try to do this. The benefit is like, if this does work, I'm guessing this is a benefit. It has a single buffer for the lookup of all the particles. The thing is, it would be really hard to update. Like, you would never want to update this buffer, which is why I'm only willing to do this when it's not dynamic. And I'm guessing it's a benefit. I don't actually know. So it's this. So the thing is, you can't give it data now, right? Because now I'm just doing this random size shit. So I'm just sizing it right now. That's all I'm doing. So this is the vertex count plus model instances count times size of t. Okay. It's sized. I guess if I'm doing it this way, I don't have to have draw modes. It is dynamic and it is static. And after I've done this, now I need like, what's it called? Geo sub buffer sub data. Look this up. So buffer offset size data. Okay. Wait, target. What is... Okay. I guess I want the bound version. So it's this. Target offset. Offset is 0. Size is this. And data is this. That's it. Yes. And now... one more thing is, now this is my offset. My size is model instances count times size of t, and model instances data. So if it works this way, if I'm allowed to use the same VBO, yeah, this only happens. Generate the particle VBO, pad some data since we know it'll get used. I think it'll just work. Except in my draw function. No, this also looks okay. This never gets set. I can set this actually. I'll set it here then. Just this allocated. Oh. Model instances count. And then I guess count is model instances count, sure. Okay, now that's fine. This can just go in there, why not? And it's binding the buffer data, then it binds the EBO, then it sets indices. So maybe I have to bind the VBO again. I do not know. But there we go. Draw mode, undeclared identifier, draw mode, 126. Uh-oh. Fine. Can come back. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay. I guess I'm not allowed to do this. Fine. I won't do it. Yeah, looks good to me. I feel like I just messed something up. Oh, here it is. Well, this can stay, actually. Oh, wait. I bound the... Oh, no, that was right. Okay, fuck. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Well, I thought it might, so I tried it. It didn't. Set the buffer data. If model dynamic. Default particle 4. This is actually model instances count already set if it's not dynamic. And static draw. Wait, these ones are not static. Hang on. Geostatic. I didn't even realize this is what was happening. Whoops. chill, dynamic. Oh, I think only the particle VBO has to be dynamic or static. The rest are definitely, like, the rest never change. Okay, and I can give it model instances data. I don't know if it needs to be cast or something, but let's just count, size of T, VBO, bound, allocated count, okay. Now let's try it again. I don't see anything else to change. Okay. So there's that. I have quite a bit to do off stream. This, I'm sure, also has a negative scale. All this has negative scales, yep. Well, I didn't even get the level editor part done today. I thought I might get everything done, but it took a very long time. So that's not right. That's okay. I know why that's not right. Okay, I'm gonna off stream finish up my tasks. Get the level editor part done. I shouldn't commit this. I mean, I shouldn't push this. Working on new model loading with instances, and one primitive equals one model. Yep. Yeah, no problem. Well, I'll be back. Probably be back tomorrow with the level editor stuff in a better state where I can actually start importing the new level. So, yep. Let me try to find someone to host. Hang on. See if I know anyone online right now. So I'm ending kind of early. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Baker. May Saka. I'll look up who this is real quick.
Work.
Thanks, man. Working a custom game engine from scratch. Yeah, that sounds good. Alright. Cool. That's like what I'm doing, except not Vulkan. Alright, see you guys. I'll be back tomorrow with more interesting stuff. I promise.